Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Let's continue work on the crafting system. Alright. Let's get the Visual Studio going. So what did we do? What did we do yesterday? Made this crafting bench. You can add things to it. Add things to a queue. And then we built this button, this hold button. And the dude does some animation. So we have apple seeds in the queue. Nothing's happening to the queue though. One thing I actually need to do, which I didn't do yesterday, was the crafting slots. Also need an attribute controller. Crafting slot. So we create an inventory bag for it, but we also need to create an attribute controller because you can craft things not just with items in a bag. You also need resources, and resources are stored in the attribute controller at the moment, such as carbon. So that's the first thing we're going to do. So if we just say state equals get game state, and then we'll just say state.create inventory bag, state.create attribute controller. D. And then when we do try queue, this is where we pass all the items into the slot. So the dest bag is the slot. So we also need to pass the attributes over into the slot. So we could probably borrow some code from here. If recipe has carbon, get the attribute controller for source bag. And then we need to pass the amount of carbon. We need to set the amount of carbon in the recipe. We need to deduct it from the attribute controller and add it to the attribute controller for the source and add it to the attribute controller in the dest. So that's the source attribute controller. So we should maybe do this before we mess about with items. So we've got the source attribute controller and we need to get the dest attribute controller. Let's just let's just cache the game state. And then here, I'll say that's state. Is state.get attribute controller, and this is the slot ID. Boogie Burrow, hey, thank you. Hope you're doing alright. Continuing work on the crafting system today. Might maybe get it finished, or this section of it finished with the queue and everything. Well, I'm a bit tired, so we'll see how far we get. Okay. So we're going to say, if there's not a source attribute controller, or the recipe's carbon, the recipe has more carbon than the source attribute controller has carbon, we can't do it. If not dest attribute controller, we can't do it. So does carbon have a maximum? It's just, so the attribute controller has carbon in it, and carbon has a maximum which is just set to the maximum value of an integer, so that's totally fine. So we just need to say source attribute controller decrease attribute get carbon attribute dot decrease by the recipe carbon, and then we'll make it happen instantly, and then the dest attribute controller get carbon attribute increase by the recipe carbon, so that'll move the carbon over, decrease the source's carbon and increase the dest's carbon. So we can test that. Put a breakpoint there and build, and then we'll see if we transfer the carbon over. So add to queue. We have the recipe. We can craft the recipe. We have the recipe. There's a free crafting slot. We get the bag. The recipe has carbon. So the source attribute controller has in it 16 carbon. The dest attribute controller has no carbon. So we're going to decrease the source one. So now that has no carbon. And we're going to increase the dest one. Now that has 16 carbon, so we swap the carbon over. That's awesome. So before we actually craft the item, I might put in removing an item from a slot. So you might add an item to the queue, and then you might want to remove it. So I think the easiest way to do that right now is just to put a little X, and that allows you to remove it from the slot. So we'll do that. That's the next thing to do. Alright, let's just check that in and get a clean start. So in the game HUD, this is where we draw the slot, draw crafting slot. We need to draw an X. Do we have an X glyph? X icon, yeah. Alright, so let's draw this X icon somewhere. So if it's free, we say it's empty, so we don't need to draw it there, we need to draw it here. So canvas, so draw glyph. Font. So we want the icon font. So we're going to go auto icon font equals canvas.get icon font. Draw glyph. Icon font. Font size. The code point is what did we call it? E icon glyph. E icon glyph. X icon. Color. We'll just draw it in white for now. Back color. We'll say it's invisible. I mean, that might look a bit weird. Position. We'll say bounds.xy. That's probably the wrong location. We'll move it. Alright, so that should draw an X icon somewhere. So we'll add it. Right, it's right there, so it draws it right in the middle. That's pretty good. Right in the middle of where we want. That's bounds.xy is right in the middle of the glyph. So we'll put it. What we might do is bring the slot bounds in a bit and stick it there. Stick it right on the edge. So this needs to be bounds.xy plus bounds.width. Bounds.width, and then it needs to come down a bit as well. So minus line height. Do we have line height? That's just height. Minus height over 2. And then that's plus height over 2. Let's just see what that looks like. Oh, that's exactly the right location. That's good. I mean, it looks fine like that. I don't know if you need to bring the button in. So the next thing we need to do is when you hover the mouse over, you need to be able to click it. It's just an X icon at the moment. So what I might do is I might get some colours. Get some editor colours. And this can be white. Colours.white. And then we need the bounds for the icon. So rect icon bounds is going to be bounds.xy plus vec2 bounds.width minus height (0). And the width and height is height. And then this is iconbounds.center. So let's just check there that we're still drawing the button in the right place. Still in the right place. So if we want to be able to make this clickable, we need to set up an input box. So auto box ID equals canvas.add input box icon bounds. The name is going to be icon so slot close icon, and then we're just going to put in the icon bounds as well. That generates an ID that we can use to test to do hit testing with the mouse. So I'm going to say canvas is hot box ID colors.pure white else colors white. Let's see if that works. Okay, let's see if that works. So if we add it in, can we? There we go. It's going white. It does. It's just doesn't maybe look like it's rendering a bit weirdly. No, it's fine. So we can click on it now. So I might say otherwise it's colors.red. And that'll make it more obvious. So we want to say if canvas is focused box ID, and we're just going to say log line click, and then we're going to canvas.clear the focus for box ID. So this should just print a little click to the console when I click on it. Check that we are able to detect that we're clicking on it. So we add it in. So look down here. There we go. That's me clicking on it with the mouse. So when we do that now, we want to remove it from the slot. So so how do we do this? Ooh. So crafting controller, try queue recipe. We need unqueue recipe. unqueue, or try unqueue recipe, or dequeue recipe, I don't know what you'd say. Try unqueue recipe. Alright, e-crafting recipe kind. I don't think we need that. We just need inventory bag, test bag, e-crafting bench kind, bench. Maybe that's all we need. We don't need to actually send the recipe because we've got it stored in the slot. Oh no, we actually do need the slot index. Or the slot ID. Or something like that. Okay. So when we click it, we want to go CC or get crafting controller. Try unqueue recipe. The destination bag is so we've got draw crafting slot, crafting menu. So we are just hard coding it to an NPC hero. So that's fine. So this is so what we're going to say is we're going to say eNPC ID. The NPC ID, we'll say NPC. NPC, like that. Okay, so try and queue recipe is now eNPC ID hero. So it's, the bench is. Do we have the bench? Crafting queue kind. Oops. Crafting queue kind. The slot ID is, well, we have slot index and we have slot. We could pass the slot index. Now we'll pass the ID because we're gonna. If we passed a random slot index, we'd have to validate that it was a proper slot anyway. You can do that just as easy with the ID. Alright, so we do try and queue recipe. So if we press the X button now, we're going to say try unqueue recipe. So how is this going to work? Well, we need to make sure that we've got a bag, the inventory bag, to put all the items back into. So we'll say, we'll get the game state, let's call it state. And then we'll just say state.get inventory bag NPC. So that's the NPC's inventory bag. And that's the dest bag. If not desk bag, so if there isn't a desk bag, we can't do it. And then we're going to we need to get the source bag for the slot. So we're going to go auto source slot equals state get crafting controller. We're in the crafting controller. So how do we get the source slot? We have to find the queue. Auto queue equals crafting queues dot find do we have a get crafting queue? We have open crafting queue. If we don't have get crafting queue, I don't think. Get crafting bench, get crafting recipe, get crafting queue ID. So we'll make a get crafting queue. That's fine. Where would we put it? Optref crafting queue. Get crafting queue. E NPC ID NPC E crafting bench kind bench. Alright, so we're going to try and get the crafting queue. And that's crafting queues. Benkley, how's it going? I'm doing well, thank you. Continuing with the crafting system today. Hope you are doing well. Crafting queues. Oh, brilliant. I'm glad to hear. You getting up to much today, or just chilling out? Find. Get. Well, can we just find it based on the bench? We can. Making your game. Brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. It's definitely a one day at a time thing. Just try and learn a little bit every day. Yep. Like all this coding stuff is brand new for me too, because it's all gameplay style stuff. So I'm learning every day. So we can just find it based on the bench. So we don't even need the NPC. Actually. So get crafting queue. Just needs the bench. Okay. Fine, so we'll do get crafting queue. Get crafting queue bench. If not queue, so if there isn't a queue, we can't do it. So now we have the queue, we can get the slot. We need auto slot equals queue where do we store the slots? We can say get crafting slot. With just the slot ID. So we don't even need actually to get the queue yet. So auto slot equals get crafting slot, the slot ID. If not slot, return false. So we want to be, so we need that. Okay, then we need to slot recipe equals unknown because we're at. Then we need to transfer all the carbon back and all of the items back. So we can get the desk bag or the source bag is equal to state.get inventory bag slot ID. Yeah, I made a bit of progress yesterday. I'll show you if I can get it to build. So I'm working on this crafting queue, and we got 75% of the way there. So you can run up to the crafting bench and you can click a blueprint, and if you've got the resources to craft the item, you can add it to the queue. So we add it to the queue. And then I built this hold button, so you've got to hold it down for it to be on. So you hold that down, and then the NPC plays an animation. And then if you release it, he stops playing that animation. See how he crouches when I hold it down, and that's a standing animation for him crafting, doing a crafting animation. And that's as far as we got. So today, the first thing I'm doing is putting this X icon, so you know you can cancel something out of the queue, and that's half implemented. And then after that, I've got to craft all the items in the queue. Then that system's kind of done. Okay. So we've got our desk bag and we've got our source bag. We've got everything we need now. Now this is the same code. Almost. Could get the recipe. So we'll say if slot recipe is unknown, return false, and then we're going to go auto recipe equals get crafting recipe slot recipe, right? If not recipe, there's no recipe, we can't do it. So now we have the recipe and we have the source bag and we have the destination bag. So I wonder if we could just put this into its own function. So let's try do that. Static transfer recipe items. So we want crafting recipe, and then we want inventory bag, source bag, inventory bag, dest bag. Bentley, did you make any progress yesterday on your game project? And then this is there. So transfer recipe items, recipe, source bag, dest bag. Oops. So that's recipe dot. That's a proper recipe now, not an optional one. Don't have state. Get game state. Slot undeclared identifier, the slot ID. So we probably need to pass in a queue slot, a crafting slot as well. Crafting slot. Slot. All right. So that just returns true. That's nice, because that makes this kind of atomic. Not atomic, but you know, I can just say bool transferred. How do you spell transferred? Right, that's good. I say if not transferred, return false, and then if it works, we set the recipe. Okay, so we can do the same here now. Recipe slot sauce bag is also optional. So that, in theory, should be it. We should test both the queue and the unqueue. So we'll queue it. This is trying to queue the recipe. Here's a free crafting slot. Transfer recipe items. Get through all this stuff. If there's carbon. So remaining. We maybe want to, if we can't actually transfer, if remaining is not 0, this is in like an infinite loop problem. So what we need to do is we need to say, if we can't claim the item, no, we can't do that because it might get it from multiple slots. So it's going through all the slots anyway. Which means that doesn't need to be there because it's just checking. So we're going to go through all the slots. And we're going to try and get remaining to be 0. And then we have to say, if remaining is not 0, we can't do it. I think that works. That solves that infinite loop. That means we couldn't take all of the items. Alright, let's try that again. Oops, missed that. Alright, try again. So it has carbon, so we transfer it. So it's looking for 2 apple sparks, right? So we've got 2 to find. So it's going to go through all the slots in the bag. And it needs to find slots that are apple sparks, which they are. So we've got 2 in the bag, and then we're going to go. We're going to either use all the ones in the bag or just up to the remaining. So now remaining is 0 because we claimed it all. I mean, we technically don't have to. If remaining is 0, we could early out. So it returns true. So I could early out there. we could early out here. So we could say if remaining is 0 here, then we can move on to the next item. Alright, so I think that's good. So we transferred, we set the recipe to Appleseed. There we go. Now if you want to unqueue, what we need to see is 16 carbon get put back in and the spark, that 2 apple spark get put back in. Alright. So 2 apple spark, count 2. So we've got 2 apple spark. We didn't get our carbon back. So there you go, that didn't work. So we'll try that again. All right. Get through all this. So the sauce bag is the slots bag. The dest bag is the heroes bag. So the recipe has carbon in it. So the source attribute controller has 16 carbon in it. So we want to decrease that by 16 and we want to increase that dest one by 16. Now that is the one that failed. Tmax is 0. So it sets them all to 16. Then it gives all the items back. So I know maybe that did work. Why aren't we seeing our carbon then? So it says carbon 0 there. We apparently gave it back. Let's have a quick look then. So this is in game menus. That's the recipes carbon. Get the attribute controller for the hero. Carbon is definitely 0 there. Alright. So we need to watch that again. So it's working apart from the carbon. Get through all that again. So the source bag's ID, slot ID, that's the bug right there. So the attribute controller, it needs to be the destbag.getID. Okay, it was adding the carbon back into the slot. Okay, so all right. So that should work. Do we need the slot now? Was that the only place where we used the slot? It was. Awesome. So let's try that again. Oh, that should work now. So we add it back in. So we're just looking for 2 apple spark and 16 carbon to go back into the hero's inventory. Yes. Okay, so you can remove items from the crafting queue. Happy. Alright, the last thing, or the next thing that we need to do now is we need to actually craft the things in the queue. Right then. So right now you press this craft button and he pretends he's crafting, but nothing's actually happening. So it would look good to have these craft one at a time and go like shing, shing, shing. So we'll do that. So that is in Game HUD because that's where this is getting drawn. So we have ticks. So if we're holding down the button, so if it's been pressed means a button has been held down and then released. So if it's not in that state, it means the button is just being held down. And this is where we need to start crafting. So we need to, here we need to like tick the crafting slots up. Okay, so I think a crafting slot we need to store how much of the item has been crafted somehow. Could store it directly in the slot. But that means resetting it to 0 whenever we cancel. Or just whenever we add something into the slot. Okay. So we'll put an attribute here. Let's call it amount crafted. And we'll just say it goes from 0 to 100. And then when we queue it, you can just say slot amount crafted dot set to 0. So we set it to 0, but then we probably want to set the maximum. So the recipe itself can have in it now the cost, how much it costs to craft, which will be 0 initially. But then when we make recipes, we can say I'll put that in the right place. So after kind, we can just say dot cost equals 100. Dot cost equals 50. So that's how much they cost. When we queue a recipe, we can set the cost to be recipe cost. Like that. Oh no, we set it to be 0. We set the maximum to be the cost. Like that. So we set the value, that the amount that we've crafted to be 0, and we set the maximum amount that can be crafted to the recipe's cost there. That was a mouthful. And then what that means now is that this can be ticked. So in the game HUD, where are we here? So if it's just been pressed, do we want to do it here or do we want to? I think we do want to do it here. We'll do it here for now anyway. So let's just get the first slot. Let's just hard code for the first slot. Get crafting controller. So get slot, get crafting slot. We'll get the crafting queue? Where are the slots and the actual attributes? So I think what we want to do is we actually want to say get crafting controller, get NPC, get can we not get the attribute control? Get the attributes. No, we can't. Let's do that then. NPC crafting attributes. We can either get the attributes or we could get the slot based on. Yeah, let's do that. So let's do crafting slot. Get crafting slot based on eNPC ID, eCrafting bench kind, and the slot index. So we'll get the crafting slot. So we're gonna go auto. The attributes is NPC crafting attributes dot find, and I think this is a pair of eNPC ID, eCrafting bench kind. I mean, you probably don't need to do that. You could probably just say NPC bench. Check that compiles first. Yeah, that's good. So we'll do that with the other ones. Any opportunity to reduce the amount of code? All right. NPC bench. Oops, that's wrong. Alright, so you have to, it has to be a constructor, which is unfortunate. Oh, it's here actually. eNPC ID, eCrafting bench kind. Okay, good. All right then, so what were we doing? I'm going to say if we have the attribute and the attribute slots count is less than is greater than slot index, and then I'm going to say and attribute slots slot index is free and it's not free, can return it. And we'll probably call this get occupied crafting slot. All right. Ooh, what's happened there? That's not what I want. Alright, we'll call it get crafting slot. So get crafting slot. EMPCID hero. The kind. What is the bench kind? Is crafting is Q kind. So this will be auto slot, and we're going to say if we have the slot, we need to do slot amount crafted tick DT. We want to tick it linearly. So remember, this is if the button is held down. And we'll say the slot index is 0. If it's just say if not slot, if there's not a slot, we'll return. So we're guaranteeing ourselves a slot there. If it's just been pressed, we need to do slot amount crafted dot increase or dot change to value maximum. Min max dot maximum. I'm going to do that over a second, I think. Right, so if this works, when we press the craft button, amount crafted should tick up to maximum. So we can do this here. We can say log line slot amount crafted dot value or dot get scale or something. Say dot value. Dot get. Dot get do it. It returns target 1, so that's not right. It's dot value. I think it's just value. All right. What's the problem here? That's because we need to do this. So look down here and see if it starts ticking up. Should tick up to be set to 100. There we go. Right, so we have this thing called amount crafted now. So when we actually draw the slot, we can draw a quad. So we have bounds. So we're going to draw the string, but underneath we will draw so we'll say auto progress bar bounds equals bounds dot, and we'll inflate it by -1 pixel, and then we'll say progress bar bounds dot width times equals slot amount crafted dot get value scale, and then we'll do canvas draw quad progress bar bounds. Let's make it green. Alright then. Let's see what happens. If this works, we should draw the progress bar. Bing. And that's it. So let's also not have it tick up quite as fast, and we'll see what happens if we just stop charging halfway through. We'll tick it up over 5 seconds as well. So it stops charging, and we press craft again, it continues to charge. Alright. So what I'm noticing as well is it stopped ticking. Which must mean that this didn't fire when that reached the top. So it doesn't quite get, can't point to it, it doesn't quite get to the end. Because this is stopping ticking. To be fair, I think this can actually tick all the time anyway. So when we say draw crafting slot, we can just tick it there. Doesn't have to tick when the button's down. Maybe it does actually though. Yeah, it does. It does. Well. Yeah, if we release the button here, we need to do slot amount crafted. So we could just set it to be slot amount crafted.value when we release the button. That might work. Problem is it starts crafting lower and lower and lower, or slower and slower and slower. But it does get to the end. It's because this 5 has to be based on it needs to be sped up. So the scale has to be slot amount crafted dot value divided by slot amount crafted min max dot maximum. And it has to be divided by scale. If scale maybe it's times. Let's have a look. So that will be 1 when they're the same, which means they're at the top. So I think it's 1 minus that. And we're not dividing anymore. So let's see if it charges up at a constant rate. What's the problem? Okay. So we'll just cast that up to float. Going up at that rate. Stop. It's the same rate. That's good. That's what we want. Cool. So when it's crafted, when it's crafted, we want to be able to remove it from the queue and put the actual crafted item into the inventory. But first, we've got to get rid of this hard-coded slot. So we need to know what slot we are actually working on. Okay, so let's get current slot indexed. Let's say static standard optional size T, get current slot index for the NPC crafting bench kind bench. Okay. So this is NPC. I mean, we don't actually need to pass the NPC because we're hard coding everything to the hero anyway. The hero is the only thing that's going to be able to craft things. Okay. So what we need to do is we could just straight up get the NPC crafting attributes, or we could get the slots. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll go standard span crafting slot, get crafting slots, ENPC ID, NPC, crafting bench kind, crafting bench kind bench. So if attribute return attribute slots, else return that. Alright, so we're going to do slots, get crafting slots, ENPC ID hero bench, so we're going to get all the crafting slots for the hero on that crafting bench, and then we're going to go through them all. I'm going to say if slot is free, I'm not bothered, continue. If slot amount crafted get value scale is less than 1, not equals 1, continue, else we'll return that slot. If you can't return any slot, so we can't get current slot index. Let's just do get current slot. Crafting slot. Else we just return, so this can be an Optref now. Oops. Optref. Else we're just going to return Optref crafting slot, because we can find one. Okay, so this can be get current slot. Get current slot just needs the queue kind, the bench kind. Whoops. So this, if this works, it should be the same. It should be the same as before, but we're not relying on it being in slot 0. It can be in any slot. There we go. So it's crafting, stop crafting. Go away a bit, we come back. Still there, we'll continue to craft, and there we go. Okay, so what this also means is that we can add more than one thing into the queue now. So if we go to entity state types, and then when we spawn the hero, we'll put in 4 apple spark and we want to give the hero a bunch carbon. 32 carbon, so it should be able to occupy 2 slots now. Alright, so we should be able to say add to queue, add to queue. So there's 2 apple seed. So if we craft, then we can craft 2. We have to press the button twice though. Okay. So that worked. So we can craft 2 things in the queue. The only thing that didn't work is this craft. The time that it takes to craft needs to now be dependent on what's in the slots. So we'll leave that at 5 for now. When we do this actual hold button now, we need to get the total time to craft. So we can do this. Static float get total craft time. Be crafting bench, so that's the bench for this bench. So it's similar to this. So float result, so we start at 0, doesn't take any time at all. And then we're going to increase that. And it's going to be, if it's free, if it's not free. So we need to do this calculation. And then we're just going to go result plus equals scale times 5. I'm going to return the slot. Okay. So now in this button we'll just say get total craft time. Queue kind. And we'll see what happens. So we'll add 2 into the queue. So this should charge up over 10 seconds now. Don't think it's going to work. Didn't work at all. Oh, it's just 5. There's no. No, it isn't quite right. That. Because the value's changing all the time now. So let's just set it to 5 for now. There we go, that's working now. Didn't move on to the next one though. Okay. Okay, so let's see why it didn't move on to the next one. We didn't set it. So I think we could maybe we didn't call change to value. So we could do this here. Whoops. What am I doing? So we could store the current slot. I think that might be the best thing to do. So we could do current slot ID like this, and then we can say if slot is not equal to current slot ID, current slot ID equals slot. And then we can do this. Let's try that. So I'll add 2 in. So we're changing slot. Ooh. Because, okay. Slot ID. Try that again. Alright, let's see if it starts automatically charging up the second one. Yes. Great. That works well. The problem I have now is if we stop charging and recharging, it might be wrong. Start charging again, it might be wrong. So if we do this, and say we just like, oh, we stopped charging. gonna take 10. Yeah, it's wrong, it's not working. Okay. If we can reset that might help. When we take our finger off the mouse. Okay, it's still charging it up. That's interesting. So we're crafting. So we remove that, so we set it, and then interestingly that came through. That shouldn't have come through, that's why. Okay, so hold button. If it's focused, it's because it's decreasing. So I might just do that for now. So it shouldn't come through this time. Yes, perfect. Okay. I think what was happening is it was allowing this code path even when my finger was off the mouse, because the hold button was cooling down. Alright. Stop. So the only thing is, so it's working, apart from that is wrong. The total time is wrong. We need to do this calculation. But we only need to do it once. Not every frame. So how do we do that? So we could do that. And then we could say so what I think we do is we say we'll say standard optional float total time to craft, or total craft time, and then we'll say if not total craft time equals get total craft time queue kind and then we'll just do this. And then when we release the button, we'll say total craft time dot reset, and that should mean it only happens once. So two things to the queue. I want to craft it. It seems to be happening every frame. Or get total craft time is just wrong. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see how it calculates it. Oh, I know why. It's because this is in the wrong place. Ooh, yeah, so this needs to be there. Maybe it's fine it being there if we do FLT max. Let's try that. Yeah, that looks like it worked. So what I want to do now is this has to go up much faster now because there's only a little bit to craft. Yes, brilliant. So we could return there. All we're bothered about the first time is just setting that total craft time. That might be a bit of a bug that I found there. If you just click on it, the animation doesn't stop. I'm going to fix that next. It doesn't cancel this animation override. Alright. So I might take a 2-minute break, make a cup of coffee, and just test this again. So that it seems to be working. Yeah, that's really good. Alright, I'll leave the game running and then I'll take a 2-minute break. Make a cup of coffee. Okay, I'm back. Freshly coffeed up. So the question is, what happens now when these things get crafted? So we won't do 5 seconds. We'll do 2 seconds for now. So they go up a lot faster. So when they get crafted, they have to end up in the inventory somehow. They have to end up in the inventory somehow. If the inventory's full, they've got to stay in the queue. So in the chest, it kind of becomes like a chest. So we could have a take all button. So it would be nice for them to just automatically go into the inventory somehow. So once it does that, it just goes into the inventory, into the inventory. What's also happening there is that UI is not closing. So that can happen here as well. So we definitely want like pings, ding, ding, +1 apple seed, +1 apple seed. But what happens here? I don't just want it to say empty slot again, because that'd be a bit anticlimactic. We could change that to a tick. We could definitely do that. Or we could say, or we could just put a little notification up there. Apple seed. Yeah, it might be better to just pop a little notification up there. Okay. So that will be in draw crafting slots. So it ticks until it's finished. And then when it can't tick anymore, we need to basically add a little pop-up notification to say +1 apple seed. So get game HUD push message. Let's figure out how this works. So it's an item crafted message context. So we just do this. Quantity is just 1. Well, no. We haven't crafted it yet. So if get crafting controller get crafting controller try craft recipe, so that does it all. So we just got to craft it. Try craft recipe q.kind, and the bag is the whose bag is it? It's the hero's bag. Get game state, get inventory bag, NPC ID hero. So if the hero has a bag, we craft into that bag. Let's see what happens. Oh, it needs the recipe. So it's slot recipe. So this, I believe, oh, it crafted it. That's not what I wanted to do. Interesting. So try it immediately failed to tick. Okay. Because we're not actually ticking yet. So this is definitely where it needs to happen. So we need to say, so we need to tick it. I need to say, if slot amount crafted get value scale is 1, then we can try and craft it. So it crafts it, but I don't believe it removes the, yeah, it stops the slot, yeah. It will remove everything from the, remove everything from the slot. Will it remove everything from the slot? So this is kind of not correct. Now, we're not actually trying to craft it out of the crafting slot. So it's actually the slot ID, not the inventory. And this bag, what is this bag? Okay, so this is gonna put it back into that bag. So I think we need to, when we try and craft the recipe, we want a sauce and a desk bag. So sauce bag, inventory bag, desk bag, like that. Which bag it's going to. So we can craft the recipe from the sauce bag. Oh no, actually, that is correct, because we want to craft it into back into the slots bag, because we only want to change it into the heroes bag if it fits. Yeah, that's good. Okay. There you go, so we've got 2 apple seeds in there now. Okay, so if we do that, then we need to set the slot, like a state on the slot, which says that it's got crafted items in it. So we've got amount crafted. So the recipe, if we turn the recipe back to unknown, it doesn't have a recipe in it, but it does have items in it. Yeah, I just think we'll just make it easy. E-slot state unknown, or E-crafting slot state. Holds ingredients. Holds crafted items. and that's probably save file U32. Alright, so when we try and queue, we say slot state is hold ingredients. When we try and unqueue, say slot state is back to unknown. Alright, and then when we try and craft the recipe, I think rather than passing the recipe, we just pass in the slot ID or the slot. So we're going to go U64 crafting slot ID. Maybe. Whoops. I could just say slot state is hold crafted items. Just do that there. Okay. So we can go else if slot state equals hold crafted items. We can draw it a different way now. We'll probably say helpers. We'll build a string, and it's just going to be something times something, and it's going to be, we need to get the bag bag slot. We need to get what crafted items are in there. That's going to be very hard to display as a string though, because there might be like loads of items. You might be able to craft loads of items with a recipe. What I think then we might do is we want to say if slot hold crafted items floss state, it holds crafted items. Do that. And we're going to draw the icon, we're going to draw the glyph. And it's going to be a tick. If we have a tick, check mark. And then it's going to be just green, I think. Colors, forest green. So it's just going to tick. It's going to display a tick. So craft up, tick, tick. We maybe want to do like 2 apple seed, and we want to do it there. So item crafted message context. I'm going to push a message. The target is this target. We don't have the owner ID. NPC ID hero. We don't have game state. And we need to standard to underlying. And push message target. Alright, so in theory the icons pop over the hero's head now. Two apple seed, 3 apple seed. Alright, no he didn't, he hasn't stopped. This cancel's not quite working, is it? So we'll fix that now. This is not always firing. Let's find a case where it doesn't fire. So it recovers there. Alright, so it's basically when it's fully charged. We're not getting the pressed state. So if it's focused, to figure this out. So we're fully charged. If I do that, focus pressed. Because there's no slot. Right. Let's have to do if slot on that. If slot. I think we just have to do that. That should fix that problem. So now he should go back to being idle when we've fully charged the crafting button. So he's crouching, we're crafting. And he's back at idle again. Let's test that again without any breakpoints. And he's back up again. Right then, so how do we empty this queue? Because we're just full of we need to transfer all the items out of the crafting slot into the hero's inventory. So we have to do that when we reset. So we can do when we click off, we want all the items to go into, so we'll go into the hero's inventory. So static void finish crafting. And we want the crafting queue, I think. Okay, we can do it here. We can say bool try empty slots. Not try empty slots, try transfer crafted items 2, and then we'll do EMPCID, MPC. So everything in his queue, I'm going to try and transfer the crafted items to this NPC. And that means when we finish, we're just going to go queue.try transfer crafted items to hero. Okay then. So get crafting controller, get slots, NPC, and the bench is, what's it called? Crafting queue, kind. Whoops. So auto slots. If there are no slots, then we can't do it. Otherwise, we can go through them. You say if slot state is not equal to eCrafting.slate holds crafted items. Continue. So it holds crafted items now. So we need to get the bag. Or the source bag. Get game state. Get inventory bag. For this slot. Well, I'll get the source bag. If we don't have it, we'll just continue. And then we'll get the dest bag. Get that right at the beginning. Which is just the NPC's bag. If not dest bag, return false. Can't do it if you don't have a bag. So we have the source bag and the dest bag. So we need to do for auto. Well, what's the API for this? Deskbag.claim items. Claim items from bag slot. Claim items from this slot. Okay. So what does this look like? Just returns how many items it could claim. Claim items. So for auto source bag slot equals source bag get slots. Oops. If source bag slot get quantity greater than 0. Well, we can just claim it. We can just say deskbag.claim items from a source bag slot. And then right at the end, so we're gonna have states where we can only transfer part of the items. So maybe this actually needs to, well, yeah, we have to return that we transferred so that the source bag yeah. So we'll say bool result equals true. So claim items, so we're going to say if source bag slot get quantity equals 0 or is greater than 0, then we failed. Meaning we couldn't transfer all of the items. Else the slot state now is equal to crafting slot state unknown, meaning it did work. Okay, let's see then. I'll get rid of these compile errors first. What's the problem? You need to know. What's that return? Span slots. It's here. That's the problem. Okay, so we'll try and transfer the items over now. And it should happen when I release the button. Alright. So it holds crafted items. I'm going to claim the items, which is 2 apple seeds. Claim the item. Awesome. So I think that's good. So let's do when we do try craft recipe and we send this event. but we do want it to be where the mouse, the target where the mouse is. We need a target to be somewhere. I'm going to leave that for now. I'm just not going to do anything. I'm not entirely sure where I want that notification to be. Alright then. So this should complete the craft. So we had 2 of them in. We craft. And when we release it, the hero should get them. Yeah. Got 5 apple seeds. And it went back to being empty. Got 4 apple seeds there. Now then, I wonder if we should just have 2 messages. And then we'll suppress the events. So we'll suppress the events. Type events. And then we'll have this, and we can basically just send the notification here. And if auto prefab equals slot get prefab. What's this ID? The owner ID. It's the ID, and this is prefab type. And we want quantity, which is result. So now rather than 4 separate messages, it'll just be 2. Okay. Okay, so this quantity is a U32. So BM truncate. Well, why does it have to return a size T? Let's return a U32. Right, so if this works, we'll just get a couple of messages. I'll get one message per crafting slot. Alright. Got a linker error. Data charger menu. Nothing game menus. Alright, didn't get a link error. So we add 2 of them. Didn't get any messages at all then. So that did not work. Probably because the slot doesn't have a prefab if it's emptied. Okay, so we need to get the prefab here. Try that again. Okay, so that charged. There we go, 2 apple seed, 3 apple seed. So we can craft. Awesome. So I want a situation where we don't have enough. Like all these are full. In which case it stays in the bag for the slot. We can make that situation. How do we do that? I think we give the player 3 inventory slots and 5 apple sparks. That should make that situation. Alright, well, let's just check in what we've done. So when we spawn the hero, we'll give 5 apple sparks. And then when we create the inventory bag, where does that happen? Create animation controller, create attribute controller. We call get inventory bag straight away. where do we make the hero's inventory bag? Alright, well, let's have a look. Create inventory bag. That's the stash. So we just create one when NPCs spawn in general. Every NPC gets one. So we're going to change this to 3. State. Whoops. So this is temporary. State.create inventory bag. Standard 2 underlying ID 3. So we'll give them 3 slots. So now it's only got 3 slots. Which means if we do this, if we craft now, there's no room left to put the items. So what happens? We crash. That is a crash. What is it's hanging? Try transfer items. Alright then. Let's figure out why that happened. I think it was in claim items. So basically, this returns 0, so it didn't work. Oh, what did it return? Hang on, that shouldn't have worked. Was it 0? So returned null opt, right? So it assigns a slot. Okay. It's get first slot that has the bug in it. It's not necessarily a bug, I'm just handling it wrong. So can we improve that? You know, it's like, if there is a desk slot, we assign it. So I think the way we improve that is this is the standard optional size tref. And we won't make that mistake again. Oh. Let's try that again. So what we can also do is make this, it can't be I mean, that's a bit dodgy as well. So this is used quite a bit actually. So that can just be a result. That can be a result. That can be a result. So you are protecting against it there. So this is just result. I'm not even using it here. Or here. All right, good. So we shouldn't have that. It shouldn't be infinite looping now. Okay, so if we delete that one, and then we will test this again. Fine. It's here. Didn't work. Result is still set to null opt, which is what we wanted to stop the infinite loop. Good. So it couldn't. So it couldn't work, which is what we want, because the bag is full. If the bag is full, what do we want to do in that situation? So it should just stay in there. So so the apple seeds are still in there. What do we do in that situation? So it went back to showing an X, which I don't think is quite correct. So why is it showing an X? It's saying it doesn't hold crafted items anymore. It's gone back to the unknown state, so that's not right. Where are we? Okay. So we're going to try and transfer the crafted items. So we're saying the result is false. Yeah. The result is false if the quantity is 0. But that is only true in certain situations. So this slot has 2 apple seeds. It didn't work. This slot is empty. So if source bag slot is empty, continue. Okay, so now it should, the check mark should stay there, which means we could click on it to claim the items. This could turn into a button. And we could just claim them one at a time. So if you click on it the first time, it'll say inventory is full. And then if you make some room in your inventory, it'll go into it. So what happens if we... Oh, that's a bug as well. If you just click on it, you have to remember that. So what happens if we go and get rid of these data cards? And then we do that. It gives it... Remember, that's fine. Maybe that's totally fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. You make room, you press the craft button. So we do this, but we can't fit it. So it stays in there. And then we go and get rid of some stuff. And now we can just press this button and it'll give it. Okay, good. So we have a problem. We have also a problem where the animation is not cancelling if we just click the button rather than hold the button. So if I do this, it never gets out. It never gets out of the animation. So what's going on there? That's to do with a timing problem, because he's not ready to start crafting because he's moving, and then we're immediately cancelling it before he's even got into that idle animation. So we're cancelling the animation override routine before we're even setting it. Okay. I'll have a 2-minute break and then we're going to tackle that problem. Alright. How do we tackle that problem? Let's see. Really, what we need to do is execute all this when the player is in position. So this pushes a ready state event, right? And a ready state event, does that have, it has an on execute event listener. Maybe we use that. So basically this is like this. This is event. And then we go event. If event do event on execute dot add, and then some kind of callback. We're only allowed 32 bytes, which is a shame. No, it's a hybrid, so we could put whatever we want in. What do we need then? And what does actually this look like? It's this. So this code will execute when the hero is in place. So all this needs to happen there. Is that safe? What I might do to keep, because this is in a different scope at a different time, is I might have a boolean in here which is just like bool is ready to craft. So is ready to craft is false, and then I'm going to say is ready to craft is true. But then we're going to miss the actual press. So we can't do that. I think all we really need to do is cancel this animation routine. So I might just go bool early press equals result dot new state, new value dot state equals EUI state pressed, and then we'll just pass that in, and we'll just say if early press, we cancel. To be fair, we can just go if result dot new value dot state is pressed. And what that will mean is that if we do just press the button instead of hold onto the button, it will fire that. Yeah, no, I don't know about that either, because this only fires on one frame. So we do need this early press. I can just say EUI state hold button state like this, and then we're just going to go hold button state equals result on new value dot state, and then we're just going to pass in this, and then we're just going to say if hold button state is pressed, then we can get out of it. That might work. Let's try that. Pretty complicated that though. If it works, it works. Let's just check the normal one now. Didn't seem to work. No, yeah, because we always have to add this. Alright, so craft. He's back up again. Back down again. Back up again. If I press it, he comes back up again. That's working. So we're firing it here instead. There we go. I think we only want to actually play the crafting routine as well if there's stuff to craft. Alright, so we can just put one of these data cards in the stash. And if we do this, He gets 3 apple seeds. Okay, so we only actually want to play that animation routine. Wherever we do that, where do we play the animation routine? If there is stuff to craft. So we start here, execute craft items. So can begin crafting. So we only basically want to run this. If there's stuff to craft. So this should be just show crafting button. Well, yeah, show crafting button. And the show crafting button is set to true if one of the slots is occupied. So it probably shouldn't say craft, it should say take items. So this needs to return more than one type of thing. So in unclass, draw crafting, draw crafting slot result. I'm just going to say unknown. Unknown, we'll look at type. Ready to craft. Take items. And this has to return a result, right? So this is unknown. So the result is just set to true. So I'm going to say, I'm going to set the result to be draw crafting and slot result unknown. And then we come along, else if it's not free, if the slot state is hold crafted items, okay, so what I think we actually want is not this. We want to just count how many different types of slots there are. So we're going to say slots that hold recipes or ingredients. Oh, we'll say ingredient slots. And then we'll say crafted item slots. And then, so we'll say crafted item slots plus plus, ingredient slots plus plus. And then we want to say if crafted item slots, well, if there's ingredient slots, whoops, then we return ready to craft. Else, if there's crafted item slots, we return take items. Else, we return unknown. I think that will be good. And what that means then, what's this? Draw crafting slot. Slot result state. So we need to do the same here. So we're going to say S32 ingredient slots. S32, what do we call it? Ingredient slots, crafted item slots. And then we're going to say if slot result state is ready to craft, then we say crafted item slots plus plus. Else, if slot result state equals take items, that's ingredient slots, crafted. So if we're ready to craft, so I want to rename this holds ingredients. Holds crafted items. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to say if ingredient slots we draw the hold button for craft. So we basically do all this. Else, if crafted item slots we just do this. me say if canvas draw button take items all right. So now, if we add that to the queue, so we're not getting the craft button, so we'll draw crafting slot. So we've got an ingredient slot, ingredient slots. Unknown. Show crafting button. So we can get rid of that. Okay, so there we go, we can craft. So if we craft, the inventory is full. So it says take items. So now we could display a message saying inventory full. But oh yeah, we need to get rid of that when we open the look there, it's also not put the guy. So we put it in craft. So you can't take items. If we put one of them in there, we can take items. So this also needs to resume game. Do that. We can't take the items, which is good because the inventory is full. Put one of them into the stash. Awesome. That seems to work. So let's automatically take items again and see if that still works. So what we need to do is just move this into there. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. It didn't automatically take them. So press didn't happen, basically. Yeah, I don't know if we want that or not. So we have to make room, and then we can take the items. I kind of liked it better when it automatically put them into the inventory. So we could make a second button. Say all total craft time, and we'll see how that feels. So I'll have 2 in, we'll craft. I think that feels a bit better actually. So now of course we should hopefully automatically put the items in the inventory if there's room. If there's not room, when we lift the button off, it says take items. When we lift the button off. Okay, so when we click take items, we need to check that there's room. So if we can't do this, we need to just push a message. So do it on the game HUD. How do we just push an ordinary message? Push message. What type of message? We want an inventory full message. So let's see. So let's push an inventory full message. Get game HUD. Push message. The message type is inventory full. And there's no real string. I don't think. So we'll just do that. All right, so we'll push an inventory full message. So let me push a level up message. How does that work? Let's just push event attribute level up. So we're going to say or message.type is ehud message type inventory full, or I want it to be red. So the message position target attribute event HUD message. So I think we want to send a HUD message. No, that'll be fine, that'll be fine. Oops. All right. So we could do it here. Trying to figure out where we want to assign the position of the message. So how does it work for the not enough energy message? Because that has a specific, it's an attribute message. That's why. Alright, so if you push an inventory full message, next NC, I'm doing alright, how are you doing? If you've got any questions, just ask. I'm working on crafting system at the moment. So we could do it here. We'll just say if type equals inventory full. Oh great, yeah, C++. Yeah, this is C++. Yeah, it's a very flexible language. If you're wanting to do games and stuff, in-game engines, it's a great language. What kind of things have you been learning? Alright, so we're going to say rect2 position. I'm just going to set the position. Alright, so we need to set the position to the bone position. Thanks for the follow. Oh great, yeah, great. Yeah, I did some Python, was that when I was at university as well. AI and machine learning, is that what you mean? Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Good projects. All right. So we're going to get the animation controller of EMPCID hero. Or we could say get playable character. So is your bachelor's like computer science or computer related? Get playable character. Auto PC is get playable character PC. And we'll set the position. Alright, cool. So I think by default we need yeah, it'd be 0, 0, so the center of the screen. Oh wow, cool. So dual bachelors, so that's like 2 degrees. That's awesome. Yeah, my degree's in computing, but it's a long time ago now, so I don't think the degree exists anymore. I graduated in 2009, I think, 2008 or 2009. But it was a good time. I learned a lot about computers, for sure. All right. Position, get button position dot value or position. BCIs, what's BCIs? I don't know anything about computational neuroscience at all. Brain computer interfaces, wow, yeah, cool. So that's like, what would that be? I want to say downloading stuff into your brain, but it's probably more subtle than that. So this is where you like think and then the computer does something, that type of thing. So if you've got like some kind of, I don't know, you can't speak or you can't move, and but you can think, and then you can help, you know, controlling computers using your brain. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't have the first clue how to program something like that. I imagine, yeah, a lot of machine learning. You need to be able to train an AI to interpret brain signals into what the person wants to do. Something like that. That sounds really cool, though. I'm just building a crafting system for a computer game. Nothing as crazy as, brains controlling. Brains controlling computers. Really cool, man. Next NC. What's the university? And the message. Alright. Now then. The message we want to change, possibly. So we'll do this. Because the message equals message plus your, well, if there's a message we want to display the message, else we just want to display inventory full. In India. Alright, great. Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds very exciting. That's like cutting edge stuff. So this probably needs to be localized. HUD messages. Inventory full. Inventory full. And then we can just use a localized version of this. So hopefully now, if the inventory's full, we'll get a message, inventory full. How would you get on with C++? Learn CPP, let's have a look. Let's find actually introduction to the basics. It's a lot of words. It's a lot to read. So the way you get good at something like C++ is you do it a lot. You try and do a little bit every day. Following those tutorials would be a good start for sure, but you have to make sure you do it all the time, like a little bit every day. So do half an hour a day and just get through all of those tutorials. There's a lot of tutorials. The thing is, C++ is a very big language. If the size is overwhelming, try C. And then spend 6 months on C and go to C++. But I think as long as you're doing a little bit every day, you'll be fine. It'll just, it does take a while. It's like there's a huge amount of practice involved. Like you can learn the syntax, but it doesn't give you the brain state to be able to work out problems, how you might do something, how you might solve a problem in C++. That just comes with experience, and that just means you've got to do a little bit every day. So yeah, the tutorials would be a good start, and then that should hopefully give you a little bit of knowledge to try and solve a problem that you want to solve. Yeah, a young C++ dev. Yeah. But yeah, do those tutorials, but make sure you do a little bit every day. Don't do like 8 hours. Don't spend 8 hours doing it and then take 5 days off, because I don't think that'll train your brain to do it. You just do like half an hour a day every day. And that will hopefully you need to like develop the way of thinking. It's like paint. It's very like painting. How do you know how to paint something? How do you know where to even start? Well, you just try, and then you try a bunch of times, and then eventually you get experience in how to do things. But it's really fun, it's a really good time, I think, learning programming, because it gives you a creative outlet. But yeah, just half an hour a day for a few months, and then you'll start to feel comfortable with the syntax, and then you can move on to some machine learning stuff. I think you need to be not stumbling over the syntax before you move on to something more difficult. When you're very comfortable with the syntax, when you've developed a little bit of experience on how to break down a problem to solve it, you can move on to more complicated things. But it's definitely a marathon instead of a sprint. Alright. So this is my crafting system. So you add things into the queue from these blueprints, and then you hold down this button, and currently there's only 3 slots in my inventory, so I'm testing what happens if you craft something and your inventory's full. How does the game deal with that? Because you can't put the items back into your inventory if it's full. So right now it crafts, and if your inventory's full, it holds on to the items. And if you click take items, you get a little inventory. Your inventory's full. Oops. And then if I make some room in my inventory by putting something into the stash, I can take the items and it gives me them. So yeah, that's it. That's good. Yeah. So I even do that now, and I've been programming for 25 years. So I don't know if that changes. You eventually get to a point where you stop struggling. Your problems aren't like syntax. Your problems, like my problems, tend to be like, I've spent a week making some gigantic system and then it doesn't work. You know, I've gone down the wrong path somewhere and I have to unwind. But even that you get better at. That's a slope. So I'm still learning even now, you know. But yeah, if you want any advice, that's totally fine. Just ask some questions. But yeah, the main thing is do a little bit every day. I would advise not to binge it. I would advise not to do 8 hours a day. I would advise to just do a little bit every day when you're starting. Your brain will get tired very quick. The bonus with learning C++ first is that you will know how to do C after as well. But C is like a very good language to learn if you're wanting to do systems programming things, like, you know, high performance computing. Because C is like syntactically very, very simple, but it doesn't give you much, so it forces you to make things on your own. Depends how far you are with C++. If you're literally just starting, I'd spend a couple of months looking at C. But if you're already on the C++ path, you could stick with that, and then C you'll just absorb it through C++. But yeah, if you've not done any of it, I would do C first, just because, you know, you're not going to be, well, it's easier to read. The code is easier to read, and you're not going to be banging your head as much with the syntax, I don't think. and you can do machine learning and AI with both languages. You can do anything in C. Well, almost anything you can do in C++, you can do in C as well. Apart from some of the very, very more modern C++ things. Even learning Python will give you get your brain into the space of programming. Like, I think Python's also a great first language. Awesome. Alright, we'll check that in. Yeah, that's right. So C++ and C have the potential to be a lot faster. But I would also say that it's also very easy to write very slow code in C and C++ as well. Because it's a lot more low level and you're responsible for a lot more things. If you, you could mess up any of those things and end up with a really slow program. And it depends what you're wanting to do. Well, I'm a Windows programmer, so I'm just using Visual Studio. Their compiler's called CL. I have used GCC before, and I think I've used Clang before, but I have no real experience in either of them compared to this. So I couldn't give you advice on which one to use, really. I don't know which one would be better. But GCC's, if you're using that, you're going to be fine. I'm sure it can do absolutely everything in C++. Alright, cool. What do we want to do then? Because that is kind of the crafting system finished. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely fine. I think GCC is fine for any level of programming, really. Or Clang, or CL, the Windows one. They're all mature compilers. When you find a good tutorial as well, you want to get them to explain, rather than just show you the syntax. You want to get them to explain what the syntax actually is, rather than just copy the syntax and you'll have this program. It's like, what is an int? Signed integers. Learn all this fundamental stuff. Don't call me late for dinner. That's a great username. How's it going? So where Python falls down, I think, is it has to be, well, as far as I'm aware, I might be wrong, it has to be able to run on any system. So the compiled binary, the compiled library is compiled, is still going to be interpreted by whatever interpreter is on that system, which could slow it down. Maybe not though, depends on the program. Whereas you compile your C code for that system. So it's not interpreted. And you know, how fast do you want to be? The libraries do the heavy lifting. What I mean is, is the library written in C? And if the library is written in C, the library itself is probably going to be just as fast as anything else written in C. But if it has to take your program and interpret it, that could slow it down. I'm pretty sure you can write C libraries that you can call into from Python. There's just still that step of interpreting. Like, you could probably compile your Python code into machine code, maybe. I don't have enough experience with Python to know if you can do that. And then you could go into the machine code and optimize that, and then you probably be able to get it really fast. But then is it Python anymore? I'm not sure. It's just machine code at that point. You could have written it in any language. But I've written little cool game projects in Python. It's definitely fast enough to actually render stuff. And yeah, what Python, the main strength of Python is you can do like a ton of stuff in 10 lines of code. It'd probably take, it could take me like 10 times that in C. Yeah, if you're wanting to do systems programming, C and C++ is great. Where Python is good is that it gives the learner a lot of power straight away. So it makes them get more interested in programming potentially, because they can do more things more quickly and they get that reward. It just depends how you like to learn, I think. Like, I'm very interested in like what is assigned integer, but if you're just picking up computer programming and you want to make like a game, are you going to be that interested in going through what is assigned integer? Whereas Python is much more like, it's almost more natural for a human being. So So it's not just Python that's guilty of your hiccups. I think a lot of high-level programming languages, they're not really. It's not like a one-to-one with the computer. You don't really know what's happening on a computer when you write something like, say, like JavaScript or something. Stuff is happening, but you have no idea. And then when you come to C and C++, you kind of almost have to start with a different mindset of like, this thing is being run on a computer, and like these things work the way they do because that's how a computer is built. Yes, I agree. And you might face problems because you might be okay with doing things like deleting items in an array inside iterating through the array, which might be fine in JavaScript, but you're gonna have big problems if you try and do that in something like C, and you won't know why, because you're so used to doing that. Or taking pointers to something inside an array, and then the array just gets reallocated, and all of a sudden you've got a dead pointer. There's all these kind of beginner traps. But the other side of that is, you could maybe, if you started with Python, end up like making a game in 6 months, which is awesome if you're a brand new programmer. You'd be very proud of yourself. Yeah, pointers are very fundamental, so spend time getting to know what they are. And pointers are things that you don't get in these higher level languages, and they do trip people up. That's where C has an advantage over C++ for a learner, I think. C++, recent years has tried to kind of cover up pointers, and I think that's kind of a bad idea. It's good if you're in a big organization and you're an experienced programmer, you can cover up pointers and it's very safe, and that's fine. But if you're just learning, you need to know what pointers are, so why cover them up? It's like only when you really know what they are do you know when and when not to use them, in a way. All right, let's have we're kind of at the end of the crafting system, unless I can find bugs. So if I go So let's try removing stuff and see if that brings up any bugs. Removing stuff out of the queue. So we can put 2 of them in. Let's remove that one and then craft. That's totally works fine. Alright, let's try removing a partially crafted item. So if you just half craft that. So the thing is, you can't get to that item now unless you clear that item. That might be very annoying for the player. So maybe we need to actually be able to pick one item out at a time. Which means we could make this into a button that you can click. You know, I'm imagining the situation where you've run out of energy and you don't want to give up what you've invested, but you do want that item. A GUI library in C++. Yeah, there's IamGUI. That's very popular. I'll get you the link. If you're just starting though, you're going to find it confusing. But it has a cool like example class that does really cool stuff. Loads and loads of people use IamGUI, including AAA games companies. Alright, so I'm going to make that into a button so you can get it. That's what I'm going to do. Alright, so where are we? Game HUD, draw, crafting slot. So if it holds crafted items, we can do this. IamGUI is open source as well, so you can read all the source code. Alright, so this needs to be try transfer items to. Q, try transfer items to. EMPCID hero, right, but that's going to transfer all the slots. We just want to transfer a single slot. We'll test if this works first. Actually, let's just say is hot pure white since we've turned that into a button. See you later. Thanks for following. Much appreciated. Good luck with your studies and good luck with your coding. It's very fun, that's for sure. Alright, so now we can add 2 of these. We can craft 1. And now that's a button. We can't do it because the inventory is full. So maybe we do actually want to make another box for the full button. So we're going to say just for the bounds, the full bounds. So take items. And we're going to say so that'll now happen all over the entire box rather than just the check mark. Alright, so the border I think we want to draw is not pure white. It'll be colours. Where is it? Do we have colours? We've got colours. It'll be colours white. And then the text will be colours white. Well, that can be pure white, that's fine. Okay. And then when it's hot, we want a pure white. Whoops. All right, so right now that's a button that you can press. So if we press that button, we call try transfer items to so we basically need to do that here. What I might do Let's make that optional. Then we don't have to have that. Let that build. So we need to write try transfer items to, and we need to write another one which just supplies the slot number, because we only want to transfer items from one slot. Alright. So all we're going for now is just say inventory full. Inventory full. And then if we create some space, there we go, gives the apple seed. Okay. So now let's write a try transfer items to, but we'll say U64 slot ID or Q slot ID. So I'll copy this because it's almost the same. And this is just get grafting slot Q slot ID. And that is the slot. And that is optional, so if it's not slot, return false. And then we do that. So if it's not whole crafted items, we return false. If there's no source bag, we return false. Go through the source bag slots, claim the items. Okay. So slot dot it's actually slot arrow. Whoa, what happened there? Slot arrow. Okay, so that means here now we can actually pass the slot ID. So it'll only try and transfer items from a specific slot. So let's just test that. So add 2. So we'll charge them all. And then we'll just make an empty slot. So now we can take all the items, or we can click on it and just transfer from one slot. Brill. Alright, so let's let us test that one more time, then we'll take a 2-minute break and I'll make a coffee and I'll have a yogurt. And then we need to do one last thing, which is it needs to cost stamina to craft. Can't be free. Nothing is free. Brill. Alright. 2-minute break, then we'll work on making it cost stamina to craft. Alright, got myself a massive coffee. So how do we make things cost stamina? That is a good question. So I think the first thing to do is, if we go back into the NPC and we'll get rid of this. And then I'll get some water. So we're back to all of our inventory slots now. So a blueprint or a recipe needs to cost stamina. So it needs to have like a base cost. All right. So let's have a look at the recipe. We've got something called cost already. And that's just the amount of it that has been crafted. So the recipe cost is already there. That isn't the stamina cost though. That's the craft cost. So we're going to do S32 stamina cost. So so these two costs are the crafting cost or the craft cost. And then we want stamina cost. And we'll say 10. I mean, I don't know how much stamina the player's got. Let's figure that out. That's in entity state types. Where do we give the player stamina? It's probably in the attribute controller. Add experience, add carbon. Set strength. Where do we set stamina? I think it's in these batteries. Yeah. So, been a while since we've done stamina. So, the planting droid has stamina. We're saying AC.add battery. Right. And are we doing that in the hero? We're giving the hero a battery. We're definitely drawing a stamina bar. Stamina cost. What's the problem with this? It must appear in order. So let's figure out So we're adding batteries. I've added 2 batteries. So I wonder if an attribute controller has just a battery by default. So create attribute controller. So let's have a look. Attribute controller has 1 battery by default. Okay. So it's all done through the attribute controller. So I think I know where I am now. So game HUD. So when we draw in a craft slot, we're ticking it. And it needs to cost stamina to do that. So we basically need to, when we set the slot that we're going to take, we set it to be maximum. So we change the value to maximum. We don't necessarily want to do that. We want to change it to be the value that we can afford based on how much stamina the player has got. So the recipe, so we have the recipe. So we're going to say float target equals slot amount crafted min max dot maximum. That's where we want to go. But this needs to get scaled by how much it costs and how much stamina the player has got. So if we get the attribute controller, for the hero, if we've got the attribute controller, we need to do AC can do work. So get remaining energy. So that's auto hero energy. And then we want to get the cost of the recipe, which is the target. No, the target is not that. No, the cost of the recipe is so the recipe cost, get crafting FCC, get crafting controller, get recipe, slot recipe, So if we have slot on recipe, auto crafting energy cost, because recipe stamina cost, I'll call this energy cost. So we have how much energy we've got and how much it costs. All right. So we'll have 100 and it'll cost 10. So the scale is going to be a 10th, right? So we'll go auto remaining energy. AC do work. Crafting energy cost. Over 2 times scale. This, we may have already put work into this. So that's probably times scale as well. So either times scale or divided by scale. Okay, so let's just test what we have. So we press craft now. We have 100 energy. It costs 10. Scale is 1. So basically we want to do ten units of work over 2 seconds. So we'll see what that looks like. So it did cost. Interesting. So if you take your finger off the craft button, it still does all the work. That's maybe what we want to do. If you take your finger off the craft button, does it need to stop doing work? So it took 14 then, because we took our finger off. I think that is probably fine. You just get penalised for like accidentally taking your finger off. So if we just pressed it, it would still cost 10 stamina, even if we didn't craft it. Dr. Elliot, how's it going? Thanks for coming back. Hope you're well. Crafting system's nearly done now. You can add recipes into the queue, and if I hold the craft button down, he starts crafting them. He gets 4 apple seeds. Hope you're doing well. My main concern now is if I just press it, it's still going to cost 10 stamina and nothing's going to happen. Which might be fine, I don't know. The good thing about that is if we can't do the work, we can just not change the value. So we can say if AC can do work. So this is the work. Whoops. If we can do work, we just go ahead and do the work. Else, we say not enough energy. We do the work. We set it to be the current one we're working on. Else, if we can't do the work, we just push a not enough energy. And how does that work? Not enough energy. Who else pushes those. Push event, attribute, event, not enough energy. So we just do AC, push event, not enough energy. So that's gonna, this is for every single slot, right? Is it? It's for the current slot. So let's just make this cost a lot. So the energy cost is 1,000. Not enough energy. Look, it's like constantly, it's like spawned a billion of them. So we could still set the current slot ID. And that will probably stop spamming the messages. Okay, good. So that's good. Alright, so let's just make another recipe. We need 2 pumpkin spark. Say that's 16 carbon. So we want 1 to work and 1 to not work. So let's give the hero some pumpkin sparks. Which means we can craft pumpkins. So we'll add that which we can't afford, this which we can afford. It says not enough energy. If we delete that, it does craft it. I think that's fine. What happens if we do it the other way around? So we do pumpkin and then apple. Then it says not enough energy. So it crafts the pumpkin seed, not the apple seed. So maybe we need to do this when we get the current slot. When we get the current slot, we need to test if we can, and we can return. Yeah, no, I think that's fine, because it's gonna craft things in order, and it just doesn't have enough energy to craft an apple seed. It just says not enough energy. So we don't want to go to that ready state event if there's not enough energy. So let's yes. So we come here, we've not got enough energy, but we've already pushed the ready state event. Can we cancel it? Don't know if I really want to do that. All right. So we'll get the current slot up here. So if we have total craft time, then we do all that. So if there's not enough energy, we can maybe get away with just returning there. We'll see. See if that's broken anything. So it still goes into the animation routine, whoops, which is not what we want. So let's just follow that through and see what happens. So it hasn't actually, yeah, so we need to determine, yeah, that's right, okay. So let's try that. Still goes into it. It comes back again, and it does it. Okay. And we'll say total craft time is FLT max. Good. Awesome. We don't have enough carbon. So let's give the player quite a lot of carbon. Set carbon, add carbon, 100. Alright, we're pretty much at the end of the crafting system now. As far as I want to take it right now. So we can craft, and then we can add an apple seed. So it's going to craft 2 pumpkin seeds, and then it's going to be like not enough energy. So let's last test I want to do is I want to do had a cost of 81. So it'll still fail, but it'll just fail because there should only be 80 stamina left. So if it costs 81, it just can't do it. So we do 2 pumpkins and an apple. Awesome. So what I might actually do is if it does decide to bail out early, I want to actually cancel the override if it exists as well. There. So we'll do 2 pumpkin seeds and an apple seed. So what I want now is when it gets to the apple seed, I want the guy to just stand up because he's not crafting. It's not enough energy to do that. Yes, there we go. Cool. So I think we're kind of there. Anything else that I need to do on this system? Not that I can think of. As So let's run through the whole thing. So data downloader, controller, so we'll keep all these locked and not active. So we'll run through the full way you can craft items, right? So manage deletion. I'm kind of using handles. They're like IDs, so yeah, they're like handles. The thing about the deletion is they don't get deleted. So there is no deletion. A lot of these things that have IDs are, think of them as entity IDs. So something has an ID, like a bag slot, and then it can create things using that ID. So the ID never gets deleted. So basically, if you want to create, so the entity slot can have an ID, and then it can have a bag, and a bag in the engine means it can hold items. So the bag has the same ID as the entity slot. Ah, you're talking about yours. Yeah. No polymorphism for render resources. So your reference count, so if something gets to 0, it gets freed, like it gets released. So I have kind of a reference counted thing. So I have this object that you pass around by value, and it holds a pointer inside it. So there's only ever one of them at all times, so you're not like, I can't even remember how this works. Let's see. And then basically when it falls out of scope, that's it. When it falls out of scope, it gets released. And then if you want to pass it to something else, you got to detach it. I think. But the way that the kind of resources are managed, they're all like managed and reused, so they all come from pools. Yeah, it's almost like a com pointer. It's like a com pointer, but it's a little bit it's like not reference counted or anything, I don't think. But everything gets pooled, so you don't really. This is what happens: you create resources, and you just create them and create them and create them. And they're around for 2 frames. So it gets created, and then if it's not used in 2 frames, it gets put back on the pool as unused. And then if you get a new one, you look in the pool first, and then DirectX, when it needs more memory, it will call a thread which says, oh, you need a new budget. So then it will then go through and it will release a bunch of stuff all at once, if it ever happens. And that only happens if you're like playing this game and then you fire up like Red Dead Redemption 2 and then DirectX goes, oh man, I need more resources for Red Dead Redemption 2, you need to free up a load of stuff. And then it will go up and free it. But I'm not like freeing stuff all the time. I'm like barely ever freeing stuff. Alright, I'll check that out. Yeah, so it's like pooling them. So I kind of do a similar thing, but you don't free it. You it just says, has this thing been used within 2 frames? If it's not been used in 2 frames, then it's not in the queue at all. It's not in the render queue at all, which means that you're not going to crash the graphics card, you're not going to do anything, so you can just reuse it. Yeah, it's kind of like garbage collection in a way, but it never really happens because DirectX... So if you look at here, it says... there's a budget... I don't know if you can read that, it's really small. It says GPU budget change. And it says warning, there's a GPU budget change. And that gets sent to me by DirectX, or by Windows or whatever. And that's when I can like clean up some memory. And because I'm reusing everything else, it's not going to like bloat up with memory. Because a lot of the things are either around forever. You know, like a shader handle is around forever. I'm not going to release anything to do with shaders or pipeline objects. Things like render targets are constantly, you know, you're constantly asking for render targets because you're wanting to do effects over time. So render targets are constantly reused. So if you want a render target, you just ask, I need a render target, this size, this format and stuff. And then it looks at all the render targets it's created and tries to match it. And as long as it's not being used in the pipeline already, it's fine. So it's kind of it's like a pretty simple way to manage resources, yeah. And what it'll do is, like, say you like load up new levels and it needs put new textures on the graphics card and stuff. It'll just create those textures, and then when it gets too big, it'll just delete a load of old textures. Or when you unload the level. So it's not like a micromanaging of resources or anything. It's not... The game's never going to be that resource heavy because I actually keep a track of... So it's only got 255 megabytes of GPU allocated, like VRAM allocated. And my budget is 512, so I'm using like half my budget. The maximum is just under 4 gigabytes, sorry. And then I always keep this here to make sure that the render target count's not going crazy, because that's the thing that can really eat up your memory. Especially, you know, if you're creating a bunch of full screen render targets, that's a lot of memory. And then, yeah, like textures and stuff just stay in memory. Just stay on VRAM. Like stay on the memory on the graphics card, I mean. If you're a game like Call of Duty, where you have like 200 gigabytes of textures, or whatever they have, you can't do this model. You need a really, you know, you need to cycle in textures in and out all the time. But I'm not gonna maybe have like more than maybe 2 gig of textures. I mean, we'll see. We'll see when we build the game out. Because a lot of the effects, like this radar, is mostly vector. It's mostly vector stuff, so there's no textures involved. It's all, like, apart from the only textures involved is a little bit of like purling noise going on. So there's a purling noise texture, but that's very small and it gets reused for a lot of different effects. So that's never really, it's not really a big deal. Alright. So here we are, right, so nothing is unlocked, so there's no blueprints. So we're going to test the full thing. So what do we need to do? We need to get a blueprint and a coordinate on the radar. So we get a blueprint through dialogue. And then we get a new planet on the radar. So we need to check. So we've got a blueprint. It currently has no data in it. So we need to go and get some data. Charge up these cards. And then we need to go to the downloader. And we need to unlock this blueprint. Now the blueprint is unlocked. And now we can go to the crafting bench and craft 2 apple seeds. I can only craft 1 because it costs so much. Mint, so that's working, that's great. So let's make it cost 10 and this one costs 12. Right, so I think that's the end of the stream for today. And that's kind of the crafting system finished, the prototype for it. So tomorrow we're going to work on the beginnings of mining. So there's this carbon. You can get carbon through farming or through like breaking up grass. But I want to be able to mine for different ores. So tomorrow we're going to start with mining, and I think we may even start with some physicsy stuff, because I want to, when you mine a rock, I want the rock to break apart. And there's no rigid body physics in the engine at all yet. So we might do that, we might get a rock breaking apart. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow.